intercalés un certain nombre de mantras, et ainsi de suite. Et s'il nous reste du temps, on répétera le cycle. Donc, nous disons la prière avec la conviction que nous nous adressons vraiment à Chenrezig qui est au-dessus de nous et qui nous écoute et qui nous observe avec beaucoup de compassion. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 88 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Et toutes les souffrances, dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être immédiatement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Et donc là, nous allons reprendre encore une fois la prière, ou peut-être une seconde, sans dire les mantras, parce qu'il n'y aura pas assez de temps, mais on a assez de temps pour dire au moins une fois la prière en totalité. Puis toutes les maladies qui vont souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent, dédicaces et prières, être pleinement exaucées. Donc, nous pouvons imaginer que Chenrezig, que nous avons imaginé au-dessus de nous et de tous les êtres, font en lumière, s'absorbe dans le cœur de tous les êtres, qu'ils soient affectés par la pandémie ou pas. Tout le monde a besoin de la compassion de Chenrezig, quel que soit le monde. Donc après cela, donc on va dire là. On va dire la prière de dédicace, pardon. Je me mélange les pieds avec ma souris. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce au mérite accumulé par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres, sans exception, à cet état d'éveil. Grâce au mérite des 3 temps, accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté et les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent, être immédiatement pacifiés et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir, créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et maintenant la prière de longue vie pour sa sainteté le Dalai Lama. Mori rawe gawe jinkani pendam dewa manu dumene Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso Chabesite Pardon Tengyo Ji. Et maintenant la prière de longue vie pour Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsokapa, œuvrez comme le serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 rares et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et donc, on a terminé là la prière. Voilà, donc je ne sais pas si la personne... Voilà. Donc j'ai le temps de vous dire au revoir parce que Venira Motivi Agatha est là. Donc au revoir tout le monde. Donc Claudine, Eric, Claire, de tous ceux que je vois, Christine, enfin, Jacqueline, tout le monde. Au revoir tout le monde. Et Franck, j'ai vu qu'il était là aussi. A bientôt e Agatha ti lascio il posto. Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Grazie di cuore per quello.
Grazie, ci vediamo.
Ciao, sì, ciao. Buonasera. Sono Agatha del centro Chamchucholing di Polava, un centro fondato da Geshe Shetopten tanti anni fa. Iniziamo subito la pratica di purificazione del respiro, così cerchiamo di eliminare un po' di tensioni, di ostacoli, di interferenze della giornata per fare chiarezza e fare questa esperienza senza nessun ostacolo. Quindi ricordiamoci che chiudiamo la narice destra, inspiriamo con la narice sinistra e visualizziamo che l'aria entra dentro di noi attraverso il canale centrale e all'altezza del nostro ombelico cerchiamo di trattenerla per qualche secondo e poi la facciamo uscire con decisione e la mandiamo lontano, lontano. La visualizzazione è quella di pensare che ispiriamo luce bianca, che il respiro è completamente bianco e pensiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e anche tutte le realizzazioni e la chiara luce. Quando espiriamo, l'aria diventa del colore di fumo nero e pensiamo a tutte le oscurazioni, alle interferenze della giornata, le afflizioni, le sofferenze, i dubbi, le tensioni in generale che ci attanagliano in questo momento. Pensiamo che escono attraverso la narice e vanno lontano, lontano e si dissolvono nella vacuità. Anche la paura, tutto ciò che è indesiderato, diciamo, mettiamo tutto quello che ci preoccupa e in questo momento lo lasciamo andare perché noi vogliamo concentrarci sulla pratica del Dharma, su questa sublime, importantissima pratica voluta dalla Lama Zopa e dal Dalai Lama e ricordiamoci che la Lama Zopa dice sempre che dice zilioni di grazie a tutti noi che stiamo partecipando a questa grande opportunità di pratica per aiutare tutti gli esseri che stanno male in questo momento. E quindi procediamo cercando di rilassare corpo e parole e mente. L'ideale sarebbe sedersi nella postura in sette punti, però se non ci riuscite, almeno cercate di mantenere una schiena dritta in modo che l'aria, il prana, possa scorrere senza ostacoli, senza interferenze. Quindi chiudiamo la narice destra E inspiriamo ed espiriamo. Cambiamo la narice. Adesso espiriamo ed espiriamo con entrambe le narici. Benissimo. E adesso pensiamo che tutto intorno a noi ci sono tutti gli oggetti del rifugio e tutti gli esseri illuminati che possiedono le realizzazioni e hanno ottenuto il completo risveglio, sono completamente illuminati. È la perfezione della conoscenza, della compassione e dell'abilità. Pensiamo alla motivazione, al perché siamo qua, che cosa ci spinge, qual è il motore che ci aiuta a fare questa pratica, a percorrere questo il sentiero spirituale. Ed è quello che noi vogliamo generare la mente di bodhicitta. Vogliamo raggiungere l'illuminazione nel più breve tempo possibile per aiutare effettivamente tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E questo ci porta a sviluppare amore e compassione verso tutti gli esseri e volere veramente che loro siano liberi dalla sofferenza, perché siamo interdipendenti, facciamo parte completamente uno con l'altro di questa grande unità. Noi siamo tutto uno, per cui se il prossimo, se gli altri stanno bene, saremo felicissimi anche noi. Comunque il motivo perché ci dovrebbe spingere appunto a fare la pratica del Dharma è sviluppare questo sentimento di bodhicitta. Questo obiettivo farà in modo che tutto il nostro comportamento di corpo, parola e mente sia la conseguenza di questo grande sogno, per cui cerchiamo anche di non commettere errori, di sviluppare una condotta pura e di avere sempre consapevolezza del momento presente, perché questo avvenga. Quindi è molto molto importante sviluppare la bodhicitta anche quando ci svegliamo la mattina, cercare di ricordare che siamo qua, però vogliamo assolutamente diventare delle persone, degli esseri illuminati. Ricordiamo che quello che ci dovrebbe interessare maggiormente è quali sono le cause per cui le cause per cui dovremmo raggiungere l'illuminazione. Le cause sono quelle di ricordare che tutti gli esseri sono stati nostra madre. Poi ricordiamo la gentilezza di tutte le madri delle vite passate. Poi vogliamo ricambiare la loro gentilezza. Desideriamo felicità e amore per tutti quanti. Desideriamo che possano essere liberi dalla sofferenza e poi prendere questa grande decisione con grande coraggio, far sorgere una mente superiore. Io da solo farò in modo che questo avvenga e non è impossibile, perché non è solo dinamica mentale, questo succederà. Dobbiamo esserne molto convinti, molto decisi e non avere dubbi. Ed è queste sono le cause che ci portano a generare appunto la mente di bodhicitta, cioè la mente che decide di raggiungere l'illuminazione per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E questo è l'effetto. La bodhicitta è convenzionale, cioè quella mente che diventa altruistica, che vuole prendersi cura degli altri, e poi c'è la bodhicitta ultima, o la realizzazione della vacuità. La mente che scopre, realizza, trova e vuole raggiungere questa grande opportunità di conoscere la vera natura della mente, di entrare diventare tutt'uno con la vacuità. Quindi ricordiamo che la bodhicitta convenzionale è legata la bodhicitta convenzionale è il suo opposto è l'egoismo. Invece l'opposto della bodhicitta ultima è quella del riconoscimento dell'io, è quello che noi pensiamo che esista veramente dalla sua parte, lo etichettiamo, lo seguiamo, siamo schiavi, schiavi un po' troppo, però siamo molto legati e abbiamo una visione distorta del nostro io, ed è quello che dobbiamo cercare di eliminare. Lo cerchiamo, lo analizziamo, vediamo che non esiste dalla sua parte, è solo un'interferenza. Dobbiamo cercare di svegliarci da questo aggrapparsi all'io, che lo riteniamo tanto caro, prezioso. E quindi realizzare appunto la bodhicitta ultima, che è la realizzazione diretta della natura, della vacuità dei fenomeni, è un abile metodo per eliminare l'io. Quindi abbiamo due impedimenti presenti: l'egoismo, che ci porta solo sofferenza, e l'aggrapparci all'io, perché siamo convinti che esista appunto dalla sua parte, che è la causa di tanta sofferenza. Ed ecco perché è così importante riuscire a capire che gli altri sono veramente parte di noi, che noi possiamo aiutarli e sviluppare amore e tanta compassione. A questo proposito vi leggo quello che dice Lama Zopa a proposito della compassione. Vivi con compassione, lavora con compassione, medita con compassione. Quando arrivano i problemi, sperimentali con compassione. Morire con compassione, divertiti con compassione. Praticare questo ti dà la migliore vita felice. Soddisfa tutti i tuoi desideri e tutti i tuoi desideri di felicità e la felicità di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Lama Zopa è molto conosciuto per la sua compassione, perché effettivamente, no, la mette in pratica e trova tutti i modi per impegnarsi con loro, sia abbracciando la tecnologia moderna come Zoom, che ha imparato, YouTube, social media, per dare molti insegnamenti accessibili a tutto il mondo, come tanti maestri comunque, non è solo lui, no? Però aggiunge sempre umorismo, addolcimento, addolcimento alla sua infinita collezione di peluche che lo circondano durante tutti gli insegnamenti. E Rinpoche si è anche fidanzato con un artista di strada, un ballerino silenzioso, durante la sua vita a Madrid nel 2018. E sia Rinpoche che l'artista godano chiaramente l'incontro e lo scambio di mosse di danza. Ovunque vada, pianta sempre semi della compassione del Dharma, lasciando impronte in rare occasioni. E la gente magari è sorpresa perché è un monaco, però quello che possiamo fare è proprio va bene fare la pratica, no? In silenzio, meditazione, ma anche interagire con gli altri è molto importante, no? Vivere durante la giornata la compassione con il sentimento di bodhicitta, di volerli aiutare, qualcuno che soffre e gli puoi dare una mano nelle situazioni magari che non sempre sono legate alla spiritualità. È giusto essere nel mondo, ecco questo che volevo sottolineare, come ricorda sempre Lama Zopa. Comunque, per ritornare a noi, lo sviluppo della mente di bodhicitta è importante, ma come facciamo ad arrivarci? Una pratica molto importante è quella del Tonglen. Quindi visualizziamo tutto intorno a noi, pensiamo che ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti, gli esseri umani, gli animali, gli esseri affamati, assetati, gli esseri infernali, dei e semidei. Ognuno soffre a modo suo. Gli esseri infernali soffrono a causa del caldo e del freddo estremo. Gli spiriti assetati hanno hanno veramente tantissima sete e gli esseri affamati non riescono a trovare neanche una briciola d'acqua, di cibo. Gli animali si mangiano a vicenda. È atroce anche vedere quando si va in un acquario e sono molto felici di mostrarvi la bellezza di quando gli si dà da mangiare ai pesci, no? Ai pesci grandi. Che cosa fanno? Uccidono i pesci piccoli e glieli danno. Questo veramente è atroce se ci pensate, no? Pesce mangia pesce. Comunque non solo si mangiano fra loro e questo è pazzesco, ma vengono anche sfruttati dagli uomini e non poco. Quindi poi ci sono gli esseri umani che soffrono a causa della nascita, della malattia, della morte, della separazione e gli dei soffrono a causa del preavviso della loro morte, cioè sanno quando moriranno e non solo, sanno anche che il karma potrebbe finire da un momento all'altro e possono rinascere in un reame inferiore. E quindi pensiamo che tutti sono intorno a noi, ognuno con le loro sofferenze. Sono rimasti impotenti, sono incapaci, senza guida e protezione, nessuno si prende cura di loro. Quindi pensiamo che se non facciamo qualcosa per loro, nessuno lo farà. Vogliamo aiutarli risolvendo le loro sofferenze. Quindi pensiamo, io vorrei prendere su di me tutte le loro sofferenze, possano tutte le negatività maturare su di me, così avrò realizzato la mia vera aspirazione, fino a quando loro saranno completamente liberi. Quindi ispiriamo sotto forma di luce nera tutte le negatività e le loro cause. Dopo aver espresso questa grande preghiera della compassione con grande coraggio, diciamo, possano maturare su di me tutte le negatività e le loro cause. E lo facciamo ispirando la luce nera come fumo che rappresenta tutto il negativo. Pensiamo che arriva proprio da 360 gradi da tutto l'universo, tutto questo fumo, tutte le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri senzienti. All'altezza del nostro cuore c'è una palla nera che è la nostra preoccupazione egoistica. Vediamo arrivare il fumo nero che rappresenta tutta la negatività di tutto l'universo e le cause della negatività, che colpisce la sfera nera della preoccupazione egoistica situata all'altezza del nostro cuore. Pensiamo che quando il fumo e la luce nera colpisce la palla nera va in 1000 pezzi come un'esplosione e i frammenti della palla spariscono. Pensiamo così. Concentriamoci sulla non vera esistenza dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività degli altri. Non sono oggettivamente esistenti, autonomi, indipendenti. Proviamo a cercarli, non li troviamo. Meditiamo sulla natura della vacuità dell'io, delle negatività e delle cause della negatività. Adesso proviamo un grande senso di liberazione, perché abbiamo eliminato da una parte le sofferenze degli altri e dall'altra la nostra preoccupazione egoistica, perché abbiamo liberato gli altri dalle loro negatività e abbiamo preso sotto forma di fumo nero che è arrivato al cuore, la palla dell'io, ed è sparito definitivamente. E quindi proviamo un senso di grande liberazione, di gioia. Abbiamo fatto spazio alla gioia, alla luce, perché abbiamo fatto qualcosa di grande significato. Questa meravigliosa energia, questa gioia, si trasforma in luce bianchissima che riempie tutto il nostro corpo. Adesso la facciamo uscire attraverso i pori della nostra pelle e va a inondare tutti gli esseri senzienti dei 6 reami, inondandoli di luce, amore, compassione e guarigione. E sono felici e purificati. Con questo grande senso di gioia e di tranquillità, perché veramente abbiamo fatto la cosa giusta, meditiamo, visualizziamo davanti a noi Chenrezig, che davanti a noi emana luce, purifica la nostra, allora esce luce dal suo capo, dal chakra del capo, entra dentro di noi all'altezza del nostro capo e purifica tutte le negatività in relazione al corpo, tutto quello che abbiamo fatto in relazione al corpo. Poi dal chakra della sua gola esce una luce rossa, radiante, ed entra dentro il nostro chakra della gola e ci purifica completamente tutte le azioni negative in relazione alla parola. Dal suo cuore esce un fascio di luce blu che entra attraverso dentro il nostro chakra del cuore e purifica tutte le azioni negative che abbiamo commesso in relazione alla mente. Adesso contemporaneamente, corpo, parola e mente, luce bianca, luce rossa e luce blu entrano dentro di noi e purificano appunto corpo, parola e mente. Adesso pensiamo che davanti a noi comunque ci sono tutti gli esseri senzienti e recitando il mantra Mani Padme Hum pensiamo che Chenrezig continua a emanare luce come un arcobaleno che purifica tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. Ed è anche molto, dobbiamo pensare che tutto il campo dei meriti a questo punto è veramente felice di vedere che stiamo facendo questa pratica, che abbiamo fatto questo grande gesto di generosità nei confronti degli altri, abbiamo preso e deciso di diventare delle persone illuminate, quindi cerchiamo di pensare che loro sono molto contenti e ci sorridono e ci aiutano a continuare questa pratica dando forza, coraggio e aiuto concreto a tutti gli esseri viventi. Pensiamo così. Tutti gli universi sono pervasi dalla luce di Chenrezig, di amore e compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Adesso leggiamo la pratica, la parola Vajra di Mahasiddha di Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera i Sakya dalle malattie. E pensiamo appunto che ripetiamo la motivazione e che siamo veramente delle persone speciali e che possiamo fare molto, moltissimo per aiutare il prossimo. E anche la lettura di questa preghiera di gruppo è molto importante, ma dobbiamo rigioire del fatto di essere qua, perché noi abbiamo il Dharma, non dobbiamo dimenticarcelo. E quindi la leggiamo con forza, coraggio e senza ombra di dubbio pensiamo che funziona. Veramente, funziona da morire. Dobbiamo essere sicurissimi di questo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche, preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Cerchiamo di visualizzare che continuamente anche noi emaniamo luce di amore e compassione verso tutti gli esseri e che Chenrezig si assorbe dentro di noi e entra e diventa di un solo sapore. E la cosa più importante è pensare che all'interno del nostro cuore, all'altezza del chakra del cuore, c'è il nostro Guru Radice col viso rivolto verso l'esterno, che compiaciuto ci protegge ed è molto soddisfatto per quello che stiamo facendo. E questo ci dà molta forza e coraggio anche durante tutta la giornata, nei momenti più disperati, no? Ricordiamoci sempre che la presenza del nostro Guru è sempre costante e emana energia di 5 colori all'interno del nostro cuore e ci protegge e ed è un potentissimo alleato contro le paure di tutti i tipi. Anche il fatto, magari certe volte, no, vi sentite: "Oddio, c'è un virus, c'è questo, c'è quello". Vabbè, se comunque dentro il nostro cuore c'è il nostro Guru Radice, che rappresenta comunque tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva. Ripeto, siamo molto fortunati ad avere il Dharma. Quindi ricordiamocelo durante la giornata, quando interagiamo con gli altri, quando guardiamo situazioni che non vogliamo vedere. Comunque noi siamo degli esseri di luce, noi siamo delle persone molto fortunate che hanno la possibilità di avere questa grande forza e saggezza che proviene dal nostro Guru. E quindi continuiamo a pensare che dal nostro cuore esce una luce di 5 colori che va effettivamente ad aiutare tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso. E quindi continuiamo a leggere con coraggio, con forza, mettiamocela tutta, va bene? Ok. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redattini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Recitiamo una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum, pensando di continuare ad aiutare tutti gli esseri. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Facciamo anche offerte a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva, e acqua da bere, meravigliose cascate di acqua pura, acqua per lavare i piedi, fiori meravigliosi di tutti i giardini del mondo, montagne di incenso, migliaia e migliaia di luci, di soli pieni di luce, profumi deliziosi, montagne di cibo per tutti, e musica celestiale. Pensiamo proprio di dire grazie, 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 tutto il campo dei meriti, perché ci ha dato l'opportunità di entrare in questa quinta dimensione. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, e cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 re supremi, con il potere dei redachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, in cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei terrari supremi, con il potere delle dacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità, del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei terrari supremi, con il potere dei redacchini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Dedichiamo in particolar modo a tutte le persone che sono affette da Covid e tutte le altre malattie. Auguriamo appunto loro pronta guarigione in tutto il mondo. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutte le persone che sono morte e che stanno affrontando il bardo, passa l'energia di tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva, aiutarli nel loro percorso e trovare una buona rinascita. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Pensiamo a tutti i nostri maestri, tutti i maestri, in particolar modo al Dalai Lama, tutte le persone che stanno praticando il Dharma, tutti i nostri compagni di Dharma, perché possano non avere mai dubbi e continuare con tanto sforzo entusiastico e rafforzare la loro motivazione di bodhicitta. E diciamo grazie di cuore a tutti i nostri maestri, a tutto quello che rappresenta la nostra sfera spirituale, che non è così scontata. Diciamoci grazie, diciamo grazie, impariamo a dire grazie, ad avere un senso di gratitudine per quello che abbiamo, perché è una grande possibilità di pratica non solo per questa vita, ma per tutte le altre. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Diciamo grazie anche a tutto il Sangha che sta svolgendo un compito così prezioso. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om. Dedichiamo questa preziosa energia in particolar modo anche a tutti i politici del mondo, perché possano prendere delle giuste decisioni per il benessere di tutti gli esseri e anche per Madre Terra. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Dedichiamo questa energia preziosa a tutti i maestri elementari, i maestri della scuola, perché possano avere una giusta visione, un'etica professionale per poter insegnare e tranquillizzare e aiutare tutti gli studenti del mondo, seguendo l'etica secolare. In particolar modo auguriamoci che il progetto Alice possa essere conosciuto e messo in pratica in tutto il mondo. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga degli stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'ardere nei monasteri. Possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulato da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo degli esseri delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosi di Manionat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie di cuore a tutti quanti, veramente preziosi. Ci vediamo la prossima settimana. Now there is Chenrezig Institute. Venerable Tenzin. Hello.
Hello, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes. I give
Grazie
you,
mille.
grazie mille. Hi. We see the next week. Hi.
Okay.
Ciao.
Ciao. Okay, so just settling, either continuing on from the previous session and taking a moment to allow the blessings, the inspiration from the prayers been recited to settle, to deepen in our minds. Or if we're joining for this session, then allowing our body and mind to settle, letting go of whatever it was that we were doing in the past. And also giving ourselves permission to let go of whatever it is that we have planned in the future. Really giving ourselves permission to settle the attention fully in this present moment with a loving presence. A relaxed mind and an open heart. Recalling the heart advice from the lineage masters that to infuse our practice, our meditation, our prayers, our visualization with more effect, more power, more benefit for ourselves and for others. The more that we can bring a focused attention And the more that we can expand our motivation, then the more impact any practice, any activity we do will have. So, bringing our attention to our motivation for doing these prayers and meditations. Recognizing that ourselves and others around us are suffering, are experiencing the meeting with situations and interactions, appearances that we dislike, that are painful, worrying, and situations and interactions, results, events in our lives that we would like to have, often are out of our reach, or even if we come into contact with them, they don't last. And so we're left with some disappointment, a sense of dissatisfaction. So to create the cause for achieving the happiness that we seek, we can create positive actions. And to avoid the suffering that we do not want to meet, we can change our negative actions, change our habitual tendencies, but we can expand our motivation even vaster than this, not just for the conditions of this life, but when we bring our attention to the continuity of consciousness that has no beginning and has no end, then we can look ahead to future, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, and next life, and next lives. Not just life insurance, but future life insurance. And create the cause to have favorable conditions and to continue on our spiritual journey, to develop the mind, life after life. And we can expand our motivation even beyond this to recognize that the mind in its essence is pure. The potential for enlightenment is within us and all living beings. And by realizing the nature of the mind, which is free from the adventitious stains and obscurations that cause our suffering, we can become free from suffering completely, forever. So this is a vast goal to aim for. But we can go even beyond this and recognize that, just like myself, exactly the same, all living beings, we're all exactly the same in wanting happiness, even the smallest happiness, and not wanting any kind of suffering, even the smallest kind of suffering. And yet we create the cause, often for the very suffering that we want to avoid. So when we see this intimate connection with all living beings, that the differences that we pay attention to are so superficial compared to this deeper reality that we share. And when we see the suffering nature of existence for beings that want happiness and yet create the cause for unfortunate circumstances, then we can open our hearts, and connect with a supremely altruistic motivation. That the goal that we can direct our attention and the continuity of our consciousness towards is to attain a fully enlightened state. Why? Because the purpose of our lives, being born human in this life, and having these conditions, the opportunity that we have is to clarify and strengthen a motivation that seeks to serve every single living being, to develop love that sees all beings as dear to us, as intimately connected, that sees the reality of the intimacy of our connection, and a compassion that seeks to remove every single suffering from every single living being. How can we do this? By being able to teach, explain the path to this state of enlightenment. And the way to do this perfectly without mistake is for ourselves to realize the full potential for enlightenment that is present within each of us right now. And to do that, we need to practice as enthusiastically, as diligently as we can, the path to enlightenment, and to benefit beings as much as possible in every opportunity. And so this incredible project to recite the prayers to Thangtong Gyalpo, composed, and to recite Omani Padme Hum, to set up motivation and to dedicate this wonderful practice that we've been doing weekly, is an opportunity for us right now to direct our motivation to expand and set a vast motivation, and to offer some benefit through these prayers, through this virtuous practice, to expand the positivity and send it, direct it towards all living beings, and in particular on this planet, and in particular anyone that is suffering in any way from the experience of COVID, the pandemic, those that have died already, those that are very, very sick, all those that have lost their loved ones or are not even able to perhaps see their loved ones now through separation because of the restrictions in some effort to manage the pandemic and the separation that has occurred. All those that are suffering in any way from fear of what might be still ahead, anxiety about lack of resources, not knowing how livelihood will be continued, and perhaps even an increase in fear and anxiety, concern, restrictions with new variant being discovered, and new measures being implemented. And also we can think of those that have varying views on the situation around COVID. And through these, through the holding of different views, come into conflict with one another at a time when we can come together and support our human brother, sister with love and support. Unfortunately, many of us, some of us, result in disagreement and conflict, and so create the causes for even more suffering. So we have this incredible opportunity to come together to direct our attention with these prayers to help as much as we can right now. And so to help us with this, we can visualize in the space in front of us all the loving, compassionate wisdom energy of the enlightened beings, filling the space in front of us like warm sunshine, very pleasant, comforting. And around us, we can visualize all living beings, our family, friends, neighbors, community, those that we regard as friends, those that we don't know, and perhaps even those that we have a difficult time with. All living beings invited to be our guests in this practice. And the loving, compassionate wisdom energy of the enlightened beings, we can form or shape into the form of the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, who has a white body made of light, youthful, blissful, beautiful to behold, smiling sweetly down over ourselves and all living beings around us. Very happy that we are doing what we can to direct our attention, direct our minds and our hearts towards benefiting in any way the world right now. And so with this visualization of Chenrezig in the space in front, who is in one nature with our guru, and a teacher that we feel most close to. Or if we don't have a particular teacher, we can think is one with His Holiness Dalai Lama or Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And all living beings around us. And then we can think to recite the motivation, the refuge prayer 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so, just reflecting on these lines, this refuge. And perhaps we can consider that we can take refuge in an outer way, in our teachers, all the enlightened beings who have completed the path in their own minds and are working tirelessly for all living beings. We can take refuge in an outer way in the Dharma, the texts written and explained by the enlightened beings, and the realizations of these texts within the minds of these holy beings. And we can take refuge in the Sangha, the Arya Sangha, that are beings that have seen the nature of reality and are the Sangha that is around us, supporting us, the spiritual community. So in a way, to develop inspiration and enthusiasm, we can take refuge in this outer way, in these outer objects, booking our minds, connecting, aligning with those that have shown us the path, or are showing us the path to happiness, liberation, enlightenment. And taking refuge in this way is incredible benefit in planting seeds to continue to meet with these conditions. And we can also take refuge in an inner way, inner refuge, in the potential within one's own mind to become enlightened. The potential within one's own mind to develop the realizations of the Dharma, the meaning of the texts, the true cessation of suffering. And to become Arya Sangha, perfect spiritual companions for all living beings. And taking refuge in this inner way can help develop a sense of confidence in our potential, determination, taking refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And with this refuge firmly infused in our minds and our hearts, then we can recite the mantra of Chenrezig, compassion mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we do so, we can visualize that from Guru Chenrezig, in the space in front, from his holy, white, holy body, very blissful, white light and nectar comes down to our own heads, the crown of our head and the crown of the heads of all living beings around us. And this light and nectar comes down into us and washes away any suffering, pain, disease, sickness, particularly any suffering from disease and sickness related to COVID, and the suffering of the mind with any fear or anxiety, sense of separation, isolation, confusion. And this white light and nectar continues, it goes even deeper, even more refined, washing and purifying all the negative emotions, anger, frustration, attachment, desire, pride, jealousy. Completely washing these away, and then completely also purifies even the subtle obscurations in our mind streams that result in the confusion of seeing ourselves as separate from living beings, as seeing ourselves as more important than others. So all these obscurations, afflictions get purified, washed away by the wisdom, compassionate energy from Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, in the form of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, which we can recite a few times slowly together, and then a few more and silently. And then we can invite Guru Chenrezig, essence of all the Buddha's compassion, to come and remain in our hearts, to continue to inspire us to keep our minds in love and compassion. And Guru Chenrezig melts into light, the white light, and enters into the crown of ourselves and all living beings, and completely mixes with our minds and inspires us to hold this altruistic wish to serve every single living being as much as possible by striving to become enlightened ourselves, to be able to perfectly work for living beings. And then to dedicate this meditation, we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And may this supreme thought of bodhicitta that is not yet born arise and grow, and may that which has been born not diminish but increase more and more. And may the supreme wisdom realizing the nature of reality, wisdom realizing emptiness, that has not been born arise and grow, and may that which has been born not diminish but increase more and more. And may the lives of our kind, perfect gurus, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and our other perfectly qualified gurus, may their lives be long and stable. May they have good health, and may they remain and teach us, remain and continue to teach us until samsara ends. And for as long as space endures, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of the world. And thank you very much, especially, for Chenrezig. Thank you very much for Institute for helping to host this. And Venerable Tony, is it? Oh, I think you're still on, maybe on mute. There we go.
Okay. Oh, can you hear him now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
So your name's Tenzin?
Tenzin, yeah, that's right.
Have I met you before?
Don't think so. No, I just saw your name was on the list after.
Okay. Where are you at the moment?
I'm in Washington State in Lama Zopa Rinpoche's retreat house in the US. Just offering service here. Yeah. Okay.
But you're from UK?
From UK, that's right.
Yeah, okay. You survived the COVID so far?
So far, yeah. Yeah. Are you where are you?
Chenrezig Institute.
Chenrezig, very nice. Yeah. Your team's been amazing hosting all of this. Thank you very much.
Yes, one of them's holding the computer right now.
Yeah, I think they're holding all of our computers.
Yeah, Venerable Kumpan. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so have a good day. What time is it there?
It's 11:30 a.m.
Oh, okay. 11:30 a.m. Yeah. 11:30 a.m. on Saturday.
Saturday, that's right, yeah.
Okay, all right. It's 5:30 a.m. here, Sunday.
Early. Oh, bright and early. Okay. Well, good morning.
Good morning. Yep.
All right then. Thanks, Tony.
Okay, bye.
Bye for now.
Okay. Okay, so then, good morning, whoever might be out there this morning, or wherever you are this afternoon, or yesterday afternoon, or evening time, or whatever. So then to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this session. So a lot of emphasis is placed, of course, we hear about human rights in the world today, the importance of protecting human rights. And then us here as Buddhist practitioners, especially practitioners of the Mahayana, then we also very much have a responsibility to protect human rights, to take care of others. It's a very important thing, a very central thing. And at the last retreat here in Australia with Lama Zopa Rinpoche, he was talking about how it is that people who in samsara, it's like they're like blind people running to the edge of the cliff. And if that's the case, then it would be totally inappropriate for us, if a blind person is running to the edge of a cliff, to not reach out and protect them in some way, protect them from going over the edge. So it's an analogous to that our business here is in life, to as best as possibly as we can, to try to use our life to protect others. But of course, that's not necessarily so easy, because the mind, our own mind, is influenced very strongly by attachment and concern for one's own welfare. So more difficult to have the attitude of concern for others. And then on top of that, of course, we have to have the skill to know how to be able to reach out to people and not impose our values on others. So it requires quite a level of skill, but still important to try to generate that attitude of protection for others wherever we can. And so it is with COVID-19 and how it's manifested. The illness is one thing in people's lives, but then also decisions that are made by governments, and then also how the COVID-19 mutates and how it's going to manifest. And then on top of that, again, decisions made by governments in relation to people. So there are many people who are feeling pain in different ways, either directly as a result of COVID-19 or indirectly as a result of mutation of COVID-19 and decisions made by government and economic things that occur as a result of COVID-19. So there are many different combinations of things in people's lives that lead to the experience of pain. And so it can also be quite discouraging, of course, because we see and hear so many unfortunate things happening as a result of COVID-19. But still, as best as possible, wherever we can, just like with this practice here of the prayerathon, to maintain it over the last 12 months, each week, 24 hours, trying to keep it together. And with those people putting in so much effort to run the program, to make sure it continues on, those taking responsibility for it. And then on top of that, those people, of course, the Sangha members who engage in the practice, then that kind of level of perseverance is a good example of how it is, regardless of what happens, that we should maintain this attitude of concern wherever we can to protect others. And so with that approach, then engaging in this session with this attitude of however it manifests, whatever the problem arises out of COVID-19, that our business is to look after others. So then the refuge, cultivating refuge and bodhicitta. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly, Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And then having cultivated positive motivation to invoke the presence of the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassion in Chenrezig manifests above the crown of our heads. And then to recite the 3 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum. So our mind becomes blessed with the qualities of Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So then actual prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, so they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, the mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and hear sounds of whose names terrify beings that they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings made harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and near souths whose names terrify beings when they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be empowered by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and down with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as the results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror instead not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of great spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that they place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of great spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly at the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May also whatever sufferings are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirror instead, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to the disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma as results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of greater spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, a mere incident, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings of their place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits unharmed suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to sins, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakini, star protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karmas and results, may all his dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, for dedication, and so then, from engaging in this practice and engaging in the session, to dedicate whatever positive results have arisen, that those people who have recently died, especially died from COVID-19, may they take rebirth in a pure land, or else take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow grounds and paths and attain enlightenment. And then wherever beings are seriously ill, particularly from COVID-19, may they recover from their illness. And if not, may they have peaceful death. Take rebirth in the Pure Land, or else take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents. Make close connection with faultless spiritual teachers. Follow the grounds and paths and attain a state of enlightenment. And then where beings are suffering as a result of COVID-19, either having the illness or experiencing the suffering comes as a result of having close ones having the illness or even dying from the illness. May they have peaceful minds. May they be able to transform that difficulty into something beneficial. And there where maybe the case that people are distressed as a result of COVID-19, very distressed, or very distressed as a result of decisions made by governments. And distressed and then not only distressed, but becoming embittered. May their minds be protected, and may there be such an outcome for them, decisions made in such a way that people's minds don't become embittered. And also those people who are becoming embittered, then may they be able to find ways in which they become relieved from that sense of bitterness. And then may understanding prevail in general in our society so that hostility does not grow. And understanding and forgiveness flourishes. And may those who are involved in the care of those suffering from COVID-19, may they find the courage and compassion, and wisdom, and skillful means to best care for those who they're looking after. And then may governments also make decisions which are based on wisdom and compassion and free of corruption. And then may spiritual, highly real spiritual practitioners continue to manifest in the world and have a positive influence on this world and positive influence in ways people are thinking and making decisions. And then may spiritual teachers continue also to manifest into the world and have long lives and to give teachings. And particularly here in with His Holiness to have long life and to give inspiration, to give teachings, and for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche also to have long life and continue to give teachings, and also for all the other teachers. May they have long lives. And then dedication from Shantideva. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms, the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth. May those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid. May those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel suffering transmigratory beings. So then, thank you.
Hello, Tony. Good night.
Oh, dear.
Hello, how are you?
Right, Paloma.
Hello.
Yes. Now it's a Spanish team.
The Spanish team starting.
Yes.
How many of you? 3?
Now we are 3, but soon will come probably another one.
Another
Begoña.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4.
4.
Sometimes
Okay.
we are 4, sometimes we are 5, but almost ever 3.
Okay. So that's 1.5 to 2.5 hours.
No, not at all.
No, half an hour
Yes.
only.
Half an hour in the morning and half an hour at night. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
We just come together to practice together. That's
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. You're doing together. All right. That's
Together,
good.
yes,
That's good.
yes.
Okay.
We
All
are
right,
many. We are many, but not so brave.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Damcho does many sessions sometimes,
Yes.
doesn't
Mamma mia, Dancho.
he?
And sometimes 3 o'clock.
Yes.
I know.
3 to 5, then sleep a little bit, and again another session. Wow, Dancho
Yes.
is
Yes.
something.
Yeah.
And always with nice energy, no? With laughing and with okay, make it easy, Mamma mia, a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'd be willing to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yes, that's true. It's true. Okay, Tony, have a nice day. That you start
Yes,
your day.
Yes, have a good day also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bueno, pues nada. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute, for organizing like always. Thank you really hard work. And thank you to everybody who is listening now in YouTube. and they don't speak Spanish, so hello, hola, but now it's Spanish time for recitation, half an hour. You are welcome to stay, but we will do in Spanish. Así es que empezamos en español. Buenas noches a la Sangha que está aquí, a Venerable Paloma, a Venerable Joan Yurba, que se ha conectado hace un poquito, que también parece que hace frío en Barcelona, cosa inaudita.
Sí.
Y hace fresquito, ¿no?
Sí, sí, exacto. Bastante, un poquito. Además estoy en un sitio muy húmedo y el frío cala.
Sí, claro.
Bueno, o sea, lo llevaremos lo mejor que podamos, ¿no? Y buenas tardes a la gente de México, que supongo que ya se está conectando. Vamos a
Los Molina están, Edgardo está. Y si está
¿Ah, sí? ¿Los estás viendo?
Sí, Edgardo y Araceli son muy fieles. Por la mañana
pues,
también.
Sí, y a cualquier hora que lo hiciéramos estoy seguro que vendrían. Como si decimos, en 2 horas nos vemos, seguro que estarían ahí. Seguro,
Así
pues un
hacemos.
saludo a ellos y a todos los que están conectados. Si os parece nada, pues vamos a empezar con el turno en español, el segundo turno en español. Ya sabéis que cada sábado hay 2. El primero lo lleva Venerable Paloma, aquí presente, de 10 a 10:30 de la mañana, hora española, y el segundo es de 9 a 9:30, que lo llevo yo, ¿no? En este caso. Y bueno, pues tratamos de conectar con toda esa corriente de recitaciones en inglés, en italiano, en francés creo que hay alguien que recita, ¿no? De la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, ¿no? Con el fin de crear un karma colectivo, unos méritos colectivos lo suficientemente fuertes como para detener la pandemia y purificar las causas kármicas que por desgracia han dado origen a esta pandemia, ¿no? Que ya llevamos con ella mucho tiempo y que encima parece que se reaviva ahora con la nueva variante. Así es que eso es señal de que necesitamos todavía purificar muchísimo, acumular muchísimo mérito, y es por la bondad de nuestro maestro Lama Zopa Rinpoche que estamos haciendo esto en realidad, porque fue quien pidió que se hiciera esto, ¿no? Así es que vamos a ponerle nuestro granito de arena y empezamos. Y para ello, bueno, pues por unos momentos podemos concentrarnos en la respiración, calmando la mente, sintiendo el cuerpo. Todo ello para crear un espacio y un silencio interior desde los que meditar. Deja pasar todo pensamiento, todo problema. Considera que todo eso son nubes en el cielo que pasan sin engancharte tú a ellas. Y vuelves únicamente a tu respiración una y otra vez. Te centras en el presente, en el aquí, en el ahora, en este ratito de oración que vamos a hacer todos juntos, generando la mejor de tus motivaciones, pensando que vas a hacer esta práctica de recitación, de visualización, de oración, por el beneficio de todos los seres, sin una sola excepción. Seres que puedes visualizar a tu alrededor. Por ejemplo, a tu derecha imaginas que se encuentra tu padre, a tu izquierda tu madre, meditando contigo. No importa si ya no vive, no están lejos, o hace mucho que no ves. Ahora los sitúas ahí, a ambos lados de tu cuerpo. A tu espalda sitúas tus seres queridos más cercanos, hijos, nietos, amigos, compañeros, conocidos, incluso tus animales, tus mascotas, reconociendo en todos ellos a seres que buscan ser felices, igual que nosotros mismos. Y frente a nosotros situamos cara a cara, meditando igual que nosotros, a esas personas que nos agitan o que lo hicieron en el pasado. aprovechamos, los incluimos en nuestra práctica y sanamos esa relación, esa huella de herida. Y alrededor están todos los seres del universo, tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Están los incontables seres humanos, devas, asuras, pretas, animales, seres de los infiernos, seres del bardo, en particular los que han entrado en él en los últimos 49 días. Todos los seres. Sientes que tu mente no se deja ninguno fuera. En base a esa visualización genera la preciosa mente de la bodhicitta en tu corazón. Recordando que los seres son lo más precioso que existe, que son la fuente de nuestra felicidad pasada, presente y futura. Que todo lo que hay de bueno en nuestra vida proviene de los demás y todo lo que hay de malo proviene de nuestro egocentrismo. Son tantos seres que nuestra mente podría descorazonarse, podría desmotivarse. Sin embargo, en ese punto pensamos que contamos con una gran cantidad de ayuda, como la de los budas y bodhisattvas. En el espacio frente a ti visualizas sobre un loto, sol y luna, en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo, 4 brazos, 2 brazos, 1000, sentado, de pie, Guru Avalokitesvara. Lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros propios maestros, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Avalokitesvara en persona en este mundo, Lama Yese, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tus maestros personales, que te mira y te sonríe. Tienes la misma sensación que la que tiene un niño pequeño en presencia de su madre o de su padre amorosos. Te sientes acogido, protegido, tremendamente arropado por esa luz que surge del sagrado cuerpo de Avalokitesvara en el espacio frente a ti. Y le pides de corazón que te guíe y que guíe a todos los seres. Y con esa conciencia tomamos refugio 3 veces en nuestro nombre y en el de todos los seres. Todos los seres, vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros como el resto de seres estamos ya bajo la protección y la guía y el refugio de todos los budas y bodhisattvas a través de Guru Avalokitesvara. Y visualizamos que de su sagrado cuerpo comienza a surgir néctar y luz que entra por nuestra coronilla y la de todos los seres. Mientras recitamos su mantra unos minutos, sentimos que esa luz que se introduce por nuestro cuerpo y que nos concede todo lo que necesitemos, al igual que a todos los seres, activa aún más su poder debido al sonido del mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Empezamos las recitaciones recordando que es importante mirar la imagen del Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, que está en pantalla mientras se recita la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Joan, si quieres hacer la dedicación de esta primera recitación.
Date el micrófono, Juan. Abre el micrófono, Juan. A ver, si hay suerte. Ok.
Sí, gracias. Pues dedico para que se cumplan todas las dedicaciones.
No, se te vuelve a poner el micro. A cerrar.
Bueno, pues
Ahora.
no sé por qué. Bueno, pues que se dediquen todas las buenas energías que desarrollamos, todas las intenciones de los Budas, de nuestros maestros, que se vean cumplidas sin problemas, sin obstáculos.
Vale, fenomenal.
Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Venerable Paloma.
Pues sí, dedicamos para que puedan las condiciones ir cambiando, especialmente ahora que ha aparecido esta nueva modalidad, que se pueda controlar y no se extienda, y especialmente que podamos realmente crear las causas de un buen corazón, una buena ética, para tener buenas condiciones tanto para la felicidad temporal como la felicidad de la revelación y la iluminación. Y dedicamos para que todos los centros de Dharma, las instituciones que ayudan a los seres, que tengamos siempre condiciones propicias para poder seguir ofreciendo ese bienestar y esa ayuda a los seres.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Hacemos la tercera y última recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om 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 mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Esta última recitación que acabamos de hacer la ofrecemos por toda la Sangha, la que está en dificultades, la que necesite de cualquier cosa para poder seguir haciendo retiro, estudiar, traducir, vivir sus votos. En especial nos acordamos de los venerables Josh Shurinov, Nerea, Cesare y toda la Sangha que esté en dificultades o en enfermedades, que haya fallecido también. También haz tus oraciones personales por unos momentos y dedica por aquellos proyectos, necesidades, obstáculos, seres por los que quieras rezar. De corazón pedimos que nuestros gurús estén con nosotros hasta el fin de todos los tiempos, hasta que el samsara esté vacío, que sigan guiándonos, que podamos nosotros intentar seguir sus consejos de la mejor manera posible. Empezamos por la oración de larga vida de su santidad el Dalai Lama. Ite menkandi dende maharupa gale juwe sampele yisino kadri sume ensi gyatso utse ketechi tu selum ruso. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Thangtong Gyalpo, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial y podamos ser bendecidos con el néctar de su palabra. Tusul cham sim yang gong yel we ten sim kyom pen we kum so do po se cho sum kur we le mon tu dru pa da so du je gon du sa te so. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos los méritos para todos los fines y propósitos que hemos estado diciendo, los que se han dicho durante todo el día, los que seguirán en lo que queda de recitación, de maratón, que puedan todos ellos cumplirse. Gewadi jinyududa lama sangye drugyune Drowati kyan malupa Deji salago pasho Tajo sencho rinpoche Magye panam ye yuchi Yewa nyampa me payan Gone gondo pewazo. Por los méritos de estas acciones virtuosas alcance rápidamente el estado de un Buda maestro y lleve a todos los seres sin excepción a ese estado iluminado. Que la suprema joya de la bodichita que no ha nacido surja y crezca y que la que ya ha nacido no disminuya, sino que aumente más y más. Pues muchísimas gracias por vuestra atención, gracias a los venerables por estar aquí presentes. Os recuerdo que la siguiente recitación es el sábado que viene con Venerable Paloma a las 10 de la mañana, impermanencia mediante. Y gracias a todos. Hello, Sanki Kadro.
Hola. Nice to meet you on internet. How are you, dear?
I'm good.
You are in Sarasvati, Abhi?
Shravasti, not Saraswati, Shravasti, yeah.
Sarasvati. Difficult to pronounce for us, no?
Well, Saraswati is a deity. It's one deity, yeah.
Yeah. Very, very nice. How many nuns are there now at the moment?
I don't know. I think about 16, 17, 18, plus there's a few people who are training to become ordained and a few guests right now. They're doing a Nyungne this weekend.
Oh,
so
qué bien. How nice. Fantastico.
Yeah, it's very wonderful.
Yes. Okay, let's say hello to Tenchodron and to all the Annies there. And take care, dear.
Yeah, you too. Stay well.
Bye.
Bye. Gracias, Fabio.
A ti,
Bye.
Paloma.
Hasta la semana que viene. Chao.
Chao.
Okay, so let's begin our next session of this week's prayerathon, which we are doing mainly to alleviate the suffering brought on by COVID, so it doesn't show any signs of disappearing anytime soon. Now there's a new variant hitting the scene and surges in various countries in Europe and so forth. So it's still very relevant to recite these prayers and mantras, to do whatever we can to eliminate this terrible disease and relieve the suffering of those who have been affected by it. So right now there's many people who are sick, dying, in some cases, many people who've already died, and people who've lost loved ones and are grieving the loss of their loved ones. Many people have been affected in other ways, lost their jobs, having difficulty finding food and feeding their families and so on. And a lot of mental suffering as well, suffering from loneliness and anxiety, depression. So yeah, the world needs our prayers right now. And in addition to COVID, there's so many other problems. There's different kinds of diseases, still cancer and heart disease and so on, and other kinds of problems like war and famine in some places, people not having enough food to eat, and various political problems, social problems. So in fact, as long as we're in samsara, all living beings are not free of suffering, even those in the God realms or the earthly God realms, the millionaires and billionaires and celebrities and so on. So they have suffering too. They have afflictions in their mind. They still have bodies that get sick and old and die. So every single sentient being in samsara experiences suffering. So let's keep all of them in mind and do these prayers to help all of them, that they may be free of their immediate suffering and the causes of suffering. May they meet with the teachings of the Dharma that show the way to eliminate the causes of suffering, especially the root cause, ignorance of the true nature of things, and all the other afflictive emotions, attachment, aversion, and so forth, and karma, the karma that keeps us in samsara, taking rebirth again and again. So these are the causes of suffering. So it's not enough just to be free from immediate suffering, temporary suffering, but we need to be free of the very causes of suffering, because as long as they still exist in our minds, then we will just keep running into suffering again and again. So our goal in the Mahayana Buddhist tradition is to become fully enlightened, a Buddha, just like Shakyamuni Buddha, in order to help all living beings be free of suffering and its causes, help them all reach liberation and ultimately enlightenment. So if you're comfortable with that, you can think that is your kind of ultimate long-term goal for doing these prayers. May they be the cause for us to quickly reach full enlightenment Buddhahood, to help all living beings. And the short-term goal is to help sentient beings as much as we can from this moment on. You can think of particular people you know who are in need of special prayers, and imagine them together with you as we recite the prayers. It's also good to imagine in front of us the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, and many other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, including Chenrezig. We're going to recite his mantra, and Tara will be reciting her mantra as well, Medicine Buddha, and so on. Imagine them in front of you and around you. And if you can, imagine all sentient beings around us as we recite these prayers, and they're doing the prayers with us, and getting the benefit of reciting these prayers along with us. So we'll start with the taking of refuge from this practice by Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we'll recite Om Mani Padme Hum, a few malas. I imagine light flowing, streaming from Chenrezig in the space in front into oneself and all the other sentient beings surrounding us in space. Imagine our bodies and minds totally suffused with this pure, blissful light and nectar. And it purifies our karma, negative karma, defilements, obscurations, so all of the suffering and causes of suffering get purified. And it also nourishes our positive potential, our good qualities like love, compassion, wisdom, so that they can grow and increase, become more and more pure and perfect, bringing us ever closer to enlightenment. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Padme, Om Mani 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 Padme, Om. Now we'll recite a mala of Tara's mantra. So imagine Tara in front, along with the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and light is flowing from her into ourselves and all other sentient beings. Tara loves all sentient beings just like a mother loves her small child, but without the slightest bit of attachment or grasping an inherent existence. So she's totally dedicated to helping all of us be free of suffering and find genuine peace and happiness. So imagine her light filling us and again purifying all the causes of suffering and blessing our minds to attain all the good qualities and happiness up to enlightenment. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare 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 Ture Om Tare Ture Soha. And then we'll do the mantra of Black Manjushri. So this practice is also very good for clearing away illnesses, healing illnesses. I'll recite this 21 times. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. Om Trasachusha Durdasidermis in English chocolate, I'll come sham down babies. So then the actual prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then the dedication verses from Master Shantideva's Bodhicharyavatara. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain a notion of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. So now the dedication prayers. All the merit accumulated during this session of the prayerathon from doing these prayers and mantras, recitations, plus all the merit, all the positive energy accumulated by everybody, all living beings, including the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. So there's like a huge ocean of merit, positive energy created in the past, the present, and will be created in the future. So we can dedicate all this merit together with our own merits. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realized things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, that I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the 3 times, so I might perform good works. Due to all these merits, may all the father and mother sentient beings have all happiness, and may all the lower realms be empty forever. Wherever there are bodhisattvas, may all their prayers be accomplished immediately. May I cause all this by myself alone. Due to all the merit accumulated in the 3 times by myself and others, may those beings who merely see, hear, remember, touch, or talk to me be freed in that very second from all their sufferings and abide in happiness forever. Whatever suffering sentient beings experience, may it ripen on me. Whatever merit and its resulting happiness I have accumulated, may others experience it. And then we'll also dedicate to the long lives and good health of all spiritual teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. But there are many other spiritual teachers in the world teaching the Dharma, living purely in accordance with the Dharma, being good examples for all of us. So may they live long and always be healthy, and may their wishes and prayers be fulfilled effortlessly. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the snowland teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the holder of the lotus, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, to seal the merit, ensure that it doesn't get lost, destroyed, damaged by anger or wrong views, we'll seal it with emptiness. So by these merits, which are empty of existing inherently, independently from their own side, but are merely labeled by the mind, may the I, who's empty of existing inherently in it from its own side, but merely labeled by the mind, quickly reach enlightenment, which is empty of existing inherently from its own side, but merely labeled by the mind, and lead all other sentient beings who are also empty of existing inherently and are merely labeled by the mind to that state of enlightenment as well. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I went 1 minute over.
Thank you, Venerable Sangha Kadro.
Thank you so much.
Tendar.
Good evening, morning, afternoon, good night. Depends where you are in the United States or Australia. So
Yeah.
hope my sisters, both, are you doing well?
Yes, yes, we're doing well. I hope you and everyone at Nalanda are doing well.
I think in general, yes. Yes, yeah. We're still very fortunate. Yes, but yeah, the pandemic does not look so good with this news about new mutations. So it does not look so good. So maybe we still have to do it for a long time to come.
Well, it gives us a chance to create a lot of merit.
Yes, 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 yeah. Actually, when we existed 40 years, a few weeks back, I think 6 weeks back, then Lama Zopa Rinpoche gave also a talk to the community, and then we talked about the pandemic, and Rinpoche said already, most likely to come new variations of sicknesses. So, yeah. So, yeah. You in Australia also well?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Very well.
It's already morning or not? In the
yes, 7 a.m.
Very light already. Yes. and for you, the summer is coming.
Yes, it's not so hot yet, but yes, soon.
Yeah. We got here the first snow, and you also have snow.
Yeah, we have some snow. It's melting now, but there'll be more coming. So.
Yes, yeah.
You have snow?
No. Oh. But I miss it actually. So I'm looking forward to get snow. 2 years ago, I was in the United States in Boston and in Vermont, and then there was snow. I liked it so much. Yeah.
Right.
around stupas in the snow. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Thank you both for all your service and prayers and being a good nun. So thank you. So
thank you,
yeah, thank you. So good morning, good evening. So very happy that you're with us on the prayerathon. Creating some merit for this difficult situation of the pandemic, where many people suffer from sicknesses or having lost their life, economical problems, having suffered from emotionally or socially due to losing dear ones or not be able to connect with others. So this is Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, is a Bodhisattva prayer. It's about developing our mind and to become Buddha, develop this bodhicitta mind, this mind of big love and compassion for everyone. So not only for those at this moment who we regard as friends or family, and we make prayers for, but we make prayers for all our former mothers and fathers and teachers. Those we should be so grateful for, that we are able to practice Dharma, to make prayers. This is thanks to so many other sentient beings. So this practice has as base that we want to repay the kindness for all sentient beings who have helped us getting food, protection, learned us things, being our teacher. And yeah, so it's an Om Mani Padme Hum, Chenrezig practice, and yeah, actually it's most of the essence of Buddha's teachings. Bodhicitta is the foundation for all our practice on morality, concentration, and wisdom. So fortunate that we can do this practice. So if you are with us on YouTube, you can find the prayers below the screen. There's a link towards the prayers. The practice is actually quite simple. It starts with a motivation, set a scene for our practice, motivation. Then the mantra, Mani Padme Hum, which we do many times. Then the actual prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo, and then some dedications, and we dedicate a merit. So yeah, just want to read something more about the benefits of bodhicitta, this mind which we want to develop in order to become Buddha. This very strong love and compassion, which goes out to the whole universe, all sentient beings in the universe. I have some verses. A boat delivers one to the other bank. A needle stitches up one's clothes. A horse takes one where one wants to go. Bodhicitta brings us to Buddhahood. The elixir called the philosopher's stone turns the element iron into gold. Bodhicitta turns this unclean body into the body of a Buddha. Anyways, I had many verses prepared for us, praise of bodhicitta. So this mind which is concerned with the welfare of others is so important. So you can visualize that all our mother sentient beings from all the universe in human form, so also animals, hell realm beings, heaven realm beings, spirits, all in human form around us. In general, we visualize the males on our right side, females on our left side. Then family members, those we are in front of, those who help us with our goals in life, behind us. And in front of us, those people, those sentient beings we have difficulty with, create obstacles to our goals. And we can see as animals, or we have also created in the past big obstacles to sentient beings, like dictators like Idi Amin, Stalin, Hitler, and so on. So we do this prayer for all sentient beings, whatever their background is, whatever they state at this moment. And in front of us, we can visualize Guru Chenrezig. So Chenrezig has 4 arms, or you can also visualize as 1,000 arms. We offer Chenrezig a throne out of respect for the Dharma and his qualities. And Chenrezig is one with our spiritual teacher. So it's one with, for example, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or Kandrila, whoever is your teacher. It's a he or she. So Guru Chenrezig is one with our spiritual teacher. Has all his beautiful qualities. It can really touch us, really the power to touch all sentient beings. So in the heart of Guru Chenrezig is the mantra Mani Padme Hum, and sends light to all sentient beings in the whole universe. So if we have initiation ourselves, we can visualize ourselves, of course, as Chenrezig. If we have no initiation, then we can visualize the Buddha in front of us. I know that the lightning here is very terrible. I try to connect some other lights and it starts to flicker. But anyway, so we start with setting our motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So we go for refuge because we are still in samsara, so we are still very vulnerable. We can have any of the 84,000 different types of suffering can arrive at any moment. And then it's so nice to go for refuge to those who are out of samsara, who have really developed all the good qualities and are so powerful, and that we are able to connect with them and create the causes, conditions to be close to them, invite them in our lives, and invite them to help with our goals to serve other sentient beings. It's so most wonderful. And then also we go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. So there's already countless beings trying to do their best to help sentient beings to attain more happiness temporarily and ultimate. And then also we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. That our mind, at the end, is free of inherent existence. It does not exist from its own side, or Dhammakaya. So we have a kind of natural, pure mind, which is often obscured by our conceptions and disturbing emotions. But we go for refuge to the best side in ourselves. So we do one time more the motivation, very powerful, while we visualize the Buddha in front of us, the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. Then we do the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we do a few times together. Then I will also play Lama Zopa Rinpoche in the background. We do this prayer wheel. You can do the mantras in your own space. Visualize that Om Mani Padme Hum in the hearts of the Buddha and of your Guru goes to all sentient beings. So It's Om Mani Padme Hum stands on the heart disk, in the heart of the Buddha, in the heart of our Guru. And it's turning clockwise and sending out rays of light to all sentient beings in the whole universe, to all sentient beings around us, all corners of the world, infinite like space. So the merit we gain from doing this practice for the welfare of all sentient beings on their behalf is also infinite. So we do this mantra Om Mani Padme a few times together, and then you can do it yourself and visualize it. All sentient beings get blessings from the presence of the Buddha. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So we continue with the prayer for Thangtong Gyalpo, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 2 times more. This is a tune. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, depriving the body there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. 1 time more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do a few of the dedication prayers. There's also the link you can find below the screen on YouTube. Then the first prayer is to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise, and may that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Lama Zopa Rinpoche elaborates this prayer, makes it more perfect. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers of the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart, and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. and do long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, first in English and then we can do in Tibetan. Incomparably kind, the Supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the granting wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Jiktan kom dir pandemandum, agang lejung visampeyichi. Kadrin sumeten zin gyalpo Chukze Tenzing Tuze Lun Savior of the snows, teachings and Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To Lotus Holy Thangtong Gyalpo I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Tong yen yen je song go jo pem lam che che se te gan che te chakna pe motan sing ya tum la silva de so and for the long life of the Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduals moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manyanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Tu chu jam jin jam gun gelwe tan zin kyong pelwe kun tse dok ponten chok sum kurve lek man tu drum padak sok tu jigan tu shatan chu. And the first to seal everything with emptiness. Due to this virtue, might quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings without exception to that state. Makes it, of course, more perfect. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. So then, so we can dedicate the merit of these sessions for everyone's contribution, everyone who has created the merit. We can all do it together and offer it to all sentient beings, especially those who have suffered from COVID and who are now in the bardo, who have lost their lives, those who are in hospitals or are very sick wherever they are, and all the people who suffer from isolation, not being able to connect with others, those who have lost dear ones due to the COVID, those who lost jobs or income, especially in India and Nepal, countries where it's already very difficult. There's no tourism anymore. So those people sometimes are very difficult or are hit by being closed, forced to close by governments. So many people face serious difficulties this time. So may they find what they are looking for. So we make strong prayers for all of them. Make strong prayers for the Dharma to exist in this world, the pure Dharma, for all the pure teachers all on the planet, for all monks and nuns, all monks and nuns on this planet who want to practice seriously, follow the teachings of the Buddha, and develop all the wonderful qualities towards enlightenment. And also all our other students from FPMT centers and serious practitioners all over the world, where they have success in their practice. The monks and nuns and the monasteries find resources, have enough resources, and have a harmonious life together. May they practice really according to the Buddha's instructions for community life. And then everyone, make dedication to everyone who has asked us to do prayers for them. So, of course, we don't forget our own father, mother of this life, because this one we have this body, mainly thanks to them. So we're very grateful wherever our father, mother are. May they be free of all 84,000 types of problems. May they reach enlightenment very quickly. May they develop all their potential so that they will never, never, ever face difficulties and suffering again. So for all other people we have connection with, for all our good plans, all the activities we do for the welfare of other sentient beings, may it be beneficial, may we have success in our goals. Now I think it's time, so let's see who is waiting. Vasiliana.
Hello, dear. Long time no see.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
How are you?
Good. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes.
I'm also okay.
Yes.
Yeah, very rare that I do this time, but Damcho was so desperate, and we don't have so many people this weekend. So I just think, okay, I do before going to bed. That's good.
We're very grateful, Siliana. Thank you so much.
But is Damcho going to England now?
Yes, he was here for 3 months and now he is going back to England. Yes, and he will become the SPC in Leeds. Yeah.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. So starting in January.
Is he happy to do that?
Yeah, seems like.
Okay.
Yeah. He better can speak for himself. But I understood so far he's very happy to go back to England. I think he misses it a bit. Yeah. France is complete in other societies, so I think it's not so easy to fit in, and
I don't know, somehow I feel that there at Nalanda where the life is very nice. I always I miss not coming to visit from time to time. Anyway, I hope soon we can do also travel again.
Yes. Hello, Isa.
Anyway, nice to see you, dear. And ciao, see you next time. Bye. Ciao, buonanotte.
Buonanotte. Bye, Australia.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been helping so much during this time, and thank you very much also to Venerable Damcho that is being so constant and with continuity has organized all our events. This prayerathon that is already at the 71st week of so means like 1.5 years, and we are continuing to do this. So thank you very much for all the support that we receive. Grazie. Quindi ho ringraziato il team del Chenrezig Institute che ci ha aiutato e che ci sta aiutando continuamente con questa maratona di preghiera. Siamo già alla 71esima settimana, devo dire 1 anno e mezzo che stiamo andando avanti con questa maratona, ed è un'esperienza molto bella perché diamo energia positiva a tutto il mondo e speriamo che la mente degli esseri viventi possa possa entrare in una fase, diciamo, costruttiva e positiva, in modo da pacificare tutte quante le varie sofferenze che stiamo vivendo in questo particolare momento, che è veramente molto intenso per moltissime persone. Noi che abbiamo incontrato gli insegnamenti siamo particolarmente fortunati perché abbiamo un metodo che ci permette di riconoscere quando sorgono elementi negative, distruttive o elementi di rancore, elementi di ansia e così via, ma di cercare di coltivare invece e nutrire quelli che invece sono i nostri sentimenti di amorevole gentilezza, compassione, pazienza, e diventa questa un'opportunità, una grande opportunità per sviluppare queste predisposizioni positive che sono già latenti dentro di noi, ma non sono completamente manifeste, ed è una grande opportunità per fare questo. E in particolare cerchiamo di pensare che mandiamo energia positiva a tutte quelle persone che stanno soffrendo, indipendentemente dalla malattia e dal virus, ma anche tutte quante le altre persone che stanno soffrendo per altre malattie che non possono essere curate perché viene data la priorità al cosiddetto virus, e tutte quante le conseguenze che si stanno creando in tutto quanto il mondo, della separazione, della divisione, in questo alimentare questa discriminazione fra le persone, che è una cosa terrificante, e questo non aiuta a sviluppare l'amorevole gentilezza, ma aiuta a coltivare, a incrementare la separazione fra le persone, e anche aggressività, violenza e così via. Quindi non abbiamo bisogno di questo, non abbiamo bisogno di questo. Abbiamo bisogno invece di coltivare l'amorevole gentilezza nel nostro cuore. Non soltanto noi esseri umani stiamo sperimentando delle situazioni terrificanti che sono create da noi esseri umani. Pensiamo alle persone che vivono in ambienti dove ci sono le guerre, dove c'è veramente ammassarsi uno con l'altro, o le situazioni in cui, per esempio, i migranti vengono trattati da schiavi. I migranti sono gli schiavi del XXI secolo. Tutte queste ingiustizie che ci sono in giro per il mondo, veramente è una cosa terrificante. E è chiaro, noi stessi abbiamo creato le cause, le condizioni nelle vite passate per sperimentare questo, però siamo molto fortunati perché abbiamo un metodo, abbiamo la possibilità di non farci intrappolare dalle emozioni distruttive, abbiamo la possibilità di non farci incatenare da queste emozioni distruttive, e quindi riconoscere come sono dannose per noi stessi, quindi e conosciamo che sono dannose anche per tutti gli altri che stanno sperimentando gli stessi tipi di situazioni, che però non hanno la capacità, la consapevolezza di rendersene conto di questa distruttività. Quindi possiamo generare infinita compassione verso tutti questi esseri, compassione nel senso di desiderare che siano completamente liberi dalla sofferenza. E non solamente gli esseri umani, immaginiamo quanti esseri viventi, animali che stanno soffrendo e che vengono uccisi. Appena adesso abbiamo ieri l'altro, giovedì, era il giorno del ringraziamento cosiddetto in America, dove uccidono tantissimi tacchini in quell'occasione. Poi adesso cominceranno le feste natalizie, per cui ancora altri animali verranno uccisi, poi tantissimi animali vengono uccisi perché vengono considerati dannosi o la causa di tutte quante le malattie. È veramente terrificante. Mi ricordo che dei medici tibetani dicevano appunto che una delle cause per cui noi stiamo sperimentando questa situazione veramente difficile della pandemia è dovuta al fatto anche che abbiamo abusato e trattato male gli animali, e sono stati veramente ammazzati tantissimi animali. Questa è stata una delle cause che ha portato a questo tipo di esperienza. Quindi generiamo veramente il desiderio di non voler più incrementare questi tipi di cause, di sperimentare questi tipi di risultati. E quindi immaginiamo di fronte a noi Buddha Sakyamuni o Chenrezig mille braccia o a quattro braccia, o il nostro maestro, Sua Santità Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, o un maestro che ci dia l'ispirazione per entrare in contatto con la nostra amorevole gentilezza, la nostra compassione, quello che ci fa sentire questi sentimenti nel cuore. Quelli che ci fanno sentire vuol dire che sono dentro di noi ma non sono ancora completamente manifesti. Possiamo sentire soltanto quelli che abbiamo dentro di noi, non l'amore, la gentilezza, la compassione di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama, è possibile. Noi sentiamo quella che abbiamo noi, quindi dobbiamo sviluppare la fiducia nel alimentare queste attitudini mentali, quindi con l'intenzione di non farci più intrappolare dalle emozioni distruttive e con la profonda fiducia che effettivamente possiamo ottenere le stesse qualità di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama e del Buddha stesso dal profondo del cuore, pensando che stiamo facendo questa pratica per alleviare la sofferenza nel mondo. Dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Immaginiamo che dal cuore di Chenrezig si emanano infiniti raggi di luce che entrano nel nostro capo, pervadono completamente il nostro corpo e eliminano completamente tutte le oscurazioni, e in particolare le oscurazioni che prevengono dallo sperimentare l'amorevole gentilezza e la compassione, e questa luce elimina le oscurazioni dell'ignoranza che non ci permette di avere la consapevolezza di causa-effetto e dell'interdipendenza dei fenomeni. Immaginiamo intorno a noi tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi, nell'aspetto degli esseri umani, alla nostra destra gli esseri maschili a partire dal nostro padre e alla sinistra gli esseri femminili a partire da nostra madre. Dietro tutte le persone che consideriamo care, i nostri amici, figli, persone a cui vogliamo bene, e davanti a noi mettiamo tutti quanti le persone che consideriamo che sono degli ostacoli nella nostra vita e che ci causano dei problemi. Quindi le mettiamo davanti a noi proprio per generare ancora più amore e compassione nei loro confronti, perché se stanno male è perché non hanno un metodo per eliminare la sofferenza. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora recitiamo il mantra Mani Padme Hum. Recitando il mantra Mani Padme Hum, purifichiamo le impronte mentali negative delle nostre emozioni distruttive principali, come appunto l'ignoranza, l'attaccamento, il rancore, l'orgoglio, l'invidia, la gelosia, l'avarizia. Creiamo le potenzialità, le predisposizioni per realizzare le 6 paramita, le 6 perfezioni, che sono appunto la perfezione della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza, dell'entusiasmo, della concentrazione e della saggezza. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, money for me. Oh, money for me, 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 oh. Money for me, oh, 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 money for me, oh. Oh, money for me, 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 oh. Oh, money for me, 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 oh. Oh, money for me, 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 oh, oh, money for me, 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 oh, money per me, oh. Ora recitiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando alle parole proprio. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri viventi e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai buti e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che compiono il macellato, che portano a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e qui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. possono utili essere incarnati o non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia è dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata. E che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei arcani, dei protettori, dei dami, dei guardiani e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono essere incarnati, essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono utili essere incarnati o non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia è dovuta a disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, le condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che portano ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono essere incarnati, essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, i cui semplici suoni dei loro nomi terrorizzano gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono essere incarnati o non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dakini, dei protettori dei dhamma, dei guardiani e con la forza di infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Poi facciamo una preghiera che per pacificare il pericolo delle guerre. Mani peme o 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 grande amorevole vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole sublime trascendente che conserva tutto vittorioso e aggravato, Tara completamente pure e così via. E so sentire i vostri santi nomi, elimini tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempio dei litigi, del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni, sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa, dai conflitti, lotte, causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra grande saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandoni tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere dei 10 virtù. Fate piovere i momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del Guru, divinità, sigillo della mente dei rari e sublimi, possono queste pure estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo la dedica, con le stoffe di dedica che ha consigliato Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non ancora generate, possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Chanchu Senchu Rinpoche Ma Kyepana E Yuji Nye Panya Pame Payam Gone Gondu Pewajom. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Le cause d'effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Poi per i malati, ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separate da guru perfetti, posso godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza vittoriosa Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal pur sentiero ammirato dei vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti vittoriosi dello Sangrama, che aveva una moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli vittoriosi, ha realizzato lo yoga dei pensari della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Per essere sempre usati gli esseri sentienti, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri sentienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Poi ancora dedicare per esaudire i desideri degli altri, posso io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi o pensarmi, ricordandomi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze degli esseri venire pacificati istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Sigilliamo con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti nell'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, trucchi di Timiliti che adesso giocatore che funge da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti di aver partecipato a questa maratona di preghiera. Buonanotte Isa, ci vedremo la prossima settimana, oh no, forse martedì sera probabilmente. Hello, Yeshela, you are in Australia? No, you are mute.
Sorry, yes, good morning, yes, I'm at Chenrezig.
Yeah, Chenrezig, okay, good morning for you. Now I'm going to bed.
Yes, yes, I was going to say buongiorno, but no.
Buongiorno, no. It's good night, buonanotte this time. Yeah, okay. So then is Chrissy, and that is, where's you? Jamian Lizal. So it's just like 1 hour.
Yeah, indeed, so it's bedtime here as well, so.
Yes, it's quite, is it okay, the weather?
Snowing today.
Snowing, wow. And there in Australia, is that really very hot?
We're not very hot here on the other side, yes, but we are going into summer, so we're quite warm, yes.
Okay, then I let you in the next session, and
thank you so much.
See you next time. Ciao, ciao, bye, bye.
Definitely. Take care.
Buongiorno, good morning. Enjoy your day. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Thank you.
Ciao.
Yes, good morning, and thank you so much to Venerable there in Italy. Lovely session. And so yes, good morning from Chenrezig here in Australia. And so just resetting our motivations for this morning, and I'm just going to read a small excerpt from Lama Zopa's latest book, Nectar of Bodhicitta. It's just a small excerpt, but it's on bodhicitta as the best practice. If you have the book, it begins on page 57. I won't read the whole lot, just the first few paragraphs, just to set our mind, understanding that bodhicitta is the best practice. Bodhicitta brings meaning to any pursuit. Kuna Lama Rinpoche says, if you want to be learned, practice bodhicitta. If you want to be noble, practice bodhicitta. If you want to be strict, practice bodhicitta. If you want to be of benefit, practice bodhicitta. Once we generate bodhicitta, because of the strong wish to benefit others, all the methods we need come naturally. In our mind, there is nothing but the wish to best benefit others, and therefore we naturally must have knowledge. We become learned not for reputation or any other worldly gain, but because this is the best way to serve others. For a person like me, there is only concern for the self, but with bodhicitta, we are concerned only for others, and consequently, we seek whatever method is best to lead others from suffering and into peerless happiness. As Maitreya explains in Ornament of Clear Realization, those who wish to benefit others must understand the path. The individual liberation path, the bodhisattva's path, whatever path there is, should be understood and followed in order to do the best work for others. A Mahayana practitioner cannot ignore the wonderful teachings of the Hinayana. They are the foundation. Astrology, hygiene, languages, handicraft, art, or whatever subjects that can be of benefit to others need to be studied. Although we might have no inclination to follow other religions, if studying them benefits others, it's very important that we do so. A classic example of this is His Holiness the Dalai Lama, who not only champions interfaith dialogue, but also has yearly science seminars where he has deep discussions with eminent scientists to make links between the ancient mind science of Buddhism and the new mind science of the modern world. Bodhicitta inspires us to do whatever is beneficial. If we need to learn astrology to benefit others, we do. If we need to learn another language, we do. And of course, we need the really vital subjects such as emptiness and the other realizations on the path. When we have bodhicitta, all these realizations pour down on us like cooling rain, without much effort at all. With bodhicitta, our understanding of emptiness develops until we realize it and we become an Arya being. From that, we develop further, destroying even the subtle delusions and completing all the realizations until we become a Buddha. Without bodhicitta, this is impossible. With bodhicitta, it is definite. Just leave that there for the moment and just pondering on those words and thinking of the sudden change we find ourselves in today, another new variant of COVID, just as the world is opening up and feeling a quasi-normal is returning, a new variant has opened up and immediately we're shutting people out and doing all the things that we do to protect ourselves. But in our heart, we must open even further towards all those that are suffering and will suffer greatly going forward for yet another wave of this pandemic. So as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our wonderful spiritual director, has requested us to continue with this prayer-a-thon, we endeavour to keep all sentient beings in our hearts, in our thoughts and in our prayers. As we keep that in mind, we'll begin our Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as celebrating Sakya from disease. We'll start with the short motivation. We'll recite that together 3 times. If you have the text on Zoom, that's great. If not on YouTube, I believe Grace has been so kind as to put it into the comments box. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We'll now start reciting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll start together and then we'll continue silently and do 3 malas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Now we'll recite the actual prayer together 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll return to the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. And again, just as we recite this, recall the words we read, motivation from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, that only that wish to benefit all beings, that bodhicitta, is of any use. Cherishing ourselves is of no use to benefit others at all. So, keeping in mind that there are plenty suffering. And yes, again, as we now go through another wave of a new variant, our hearts, our minds, our prayers, our thoughts are with all those everywhere suffering from this pandemic. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. We'll return to the actual prayer again 3 times. We can recite together, really generating that thought of bodhicitta, that wish to help all sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do some final recitations of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And we'll start together and then we'll continue silently. After that, we'll go on to the dedications. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And sealing the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And pray to actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you very much for joining me on this session, Nana and Chrissy, and welcome Venerable Tendran.
Hello.
And all those on YouTube. Yeah. How are you?
I'm just fine.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. I'll leave you to enjoy and begin your session.
Thank you. Okay. So for those of us like myself who've just arrived, let's take a few moments to get our motivation straight, our visualization. So really take a moment to imagine that you're not sitting here alone, that you're surrounded by countless sentient beings. We are literally surrounded by countless sentient beings. Every single one of us, all around the world, the universe, all the universes. And all these sentient beings just want happiness and freedom from suffering. We're all the same in this way. But due to ignorance, we don't really know how to go about it skillfully or at all. So imagine your loved ones nearby you, sitting here with you, your Dharma community, all the people of your life, all the people that make it possible to have food to eat, have clothes to wear, have shelter from the elements. Keep us safe on the roads, all the builders of stoplights. And all their loved ones. And all the people that you may have difficulty with, that you disagree with. Imagine them here too, sitting right in front of you. And take a moment to try to generate compassion for us all. Those of us with excellent conditions are still suffering. Those of us with the poorest of conditions are enduring unbearable suffering at this moment. Knowing how much you yourself wishes to be free of this suffering. And they try to generate that wish. These others who are suffering also be free. But since we don't know what we're doing, we need to turn to and rely upon the wisdom of those who figured out the path to enlightenment. So imagine that in the space in front of us all, there's a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions that signify the Buddha's fearlessness. He sits on a seat of a variegated lotus, moon, and sun mandalas. He is the essence of our own root guru and the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. There's a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He is wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in a Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. He looks upon us with eyes of compassion and love, wishing only to benefit us, to reach the state beyond sorrow. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect lineage, gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits the Dharma in the form of text, having the nature of light. Try to feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, of enlightened beings who understand and accept us just as we are. We're ready to help us the moment we create the cause. Spontaneously, effortlessly. They benefit us in any which way is needed. So those of us who can practice in this way, we're able to listen to the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and come together in this practice every Saturday. We're so fortunate. We have this precious human rebirth with leisures and endowments. We actually have the free time to be able to sit here and do this practice without fear of danger from others, with food to eat, shelter, with our faculties. How fortunate we are, and how fortunate it is that we are making our lives meaningful by following the advice of our teacher. So we'll recite the refuge prayer and keep in mind that we're, all the beings that are suffering in this moment from all the various forms of suffering in samsara, and in particular, all those struggling with this pandemic, all the folks in South Africa who discovered that their world's about to go upside down again with the new variant. All those who've been helping those who are sick for months and months and months and months and months. Imagine we're leading them all in reciting these prayers to be of benefit to all sentient beings. We're reciting them on their behalf. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The resultant refuge, our Buddhahood. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light and absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of our heads. So all these sentient beings surrounding us, each has a Shakyamuni Buddha above the crown of his head, radiating light, pouring purifying white light through the crowns of our heads, purifying all the causes of suffering, and pouring golden light, filling us with all the causes for happiness, all the good qualities, wisdom. When Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, enters the crown of our heads, comes down to our heart chakra, where he abides at the heart, always ready to guide us. Now in the space in front, imagine thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. He is the embodiment of the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom, stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize from the heart of Chenrezig rays of light going out, reaching all the hearts of all sentient beings, bringing exactly what we need in this moment for all of our temporary and ultimate happiness. So again, bring to mind all those who are suffering, particularly those suffering from this pandemic, all those helping those suffering from the pandemic, all those in the bardo, because they've recently passed away. Imagine these purifying rays of light from Chenrezig's heart, reaching them all. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Money, Padme, Hum, 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 money, Padme, money, Padme, Hum, money, Padme, Hum. Take a moment to rejoice in following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, doing activities with the motivation to benefit all suffering sentient beings, knowing at the same time that we're doing this practice, there are countless sentient beings out there doing virtues by helping other sentient beings, by making goods that we all need for survival, by making goods that we need just for a spot of temporary happiness. All those out there in the healthcare field, all the essential workers providing everything else that is needed during a pandemic, during wildfires, during floods, earthquakes, volcanoes, winds, storms, droughts. All those in war zones, the aid workers trying to get food, supplies to refugees. We can rejoice in all these positive activities. We can rejoice in all the activities of enlightened beings. We'll dedicate them to all those suffering from the pandemic, all suffering sentient beings, and we'll recite these prayers and dedications on their behalf. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine that Chenrezig is extremely pleased with us. Dissolves into light, absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. Okay, so we'll continue with our dedications. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. So let's take a moment just to seal these dedications and prayers and emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by us, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you, Chenrezig. Hello, Damcho.
Hello, Venerable Tendron. How are you?
I'm fine. Good to see you.
Yes, it's quite strange to me doing the closing ceremony.
I forget that now that that the U.S. has gone on daylight savings time.
Yes.
That my usual 5:30 time is now towards the end of the closing time, whereas it used to be about an hour and a half earlier.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I
didn't realize that.
I still have that with my newsletter deadline, because we start this. I was like, okay, I used to have more time, and then of course, yes, it's no, but it's quite nice. It's quite fitting because it's also my last screening from Nalanda for a while. I'm heading back to the UK. I'm joining Leeds as SPC, so it's a new step. And it's definitely really strange to do the closing, because usually I'm the one that sort of pokes people during the day. But it's really nice to see you, because we haven't crossed paths much at late, have we?
No.
Here and there a bit, but not that frequent, which is again really nice to have that opportunity. And always smiling. I love that. You know, I need some of that energy. Well, so you're done for the day, or you got more lined up to do?
I'm done. I have more lined up to do, but I'm done for the day for this practice. So, but have a wonderful closing. Yes. And a wonderful move, and I hope everything goes well. And I'm sure you will be of benefit to many sentient beings.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I mean, today my patience was tested, because with all the pre-flight bookings you have to do now, fill in this form and that form. And okay, fine. And I just had everything sorted, and then I get this message. They just said you need PCRs, and it's like, oh no! So I have to cancel the old test, the new test, redo all the government forms, Oh no! Like, oh my God! And for whatever reason, they always seem to take long online. If you ever noticed, nothing is quick. But no, we got it done. It's it's like, okay, take it easy, take a breath. But
yes, so it's so sad that things have changed yet again, which of course it's samsara. Of course things change constantly, so I shouldn't be surprised, but yet somehow my little pitiful sentient being mind is
but you know what, it's also with with the changes, but it's also when you think things have smoothed out, it's very easy to just let go and say, yeah, we've done it, and it's just a stark reminder how quickly things can kick back up. And but also for Europe, of course, we have now winter season, so you would expect there to be a little bit of a shift. But yeah, with the new variants, it's but there you go.
Yeah.
We got this far, and I'm sure we're going to be here, for as long as people need us and beings need us. And it's in that respect, it's lovely that we can continue.
Yes, there's nothing better to do.
To be of benefit.
Yep.
So, Venerable Tendron,
thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Look after yourself. Be safe. And
you too.
I'll see you next week, hopefully. Take care. Bye-bye. Good evening, everyone. It's Damchi from Nalanda Monastery in France. And that was our dear sister, Venerable Tendron. And who's with me at Chenrezig? Who's closing with me? Whoever got. Hello.
Hello, dear Venerable Damchala. Lovely to see you.
Aww.
Thank you for doing this closing session.
No, it's nice for change. It's because it used to be sometimes Angie, Venerable Angie, or Chokila. And who's Sangha Kato, they usually have these very esteemed, venerables.
Now we have the esteemed venerable Chenla.
This
Wonderful.
Lovely. I see it's already nice and bright.
Yes, nice and bright. 9:03 a.m. on the laptops. Yeah,
wonderful.
has had a bit of rain, but it's been nice. Yeah.
But then, it's good to cool for the day. If it's too hot, but there you go.
Yeah, it's a bit cool today. So it's quite
now,
nice.
aren't you? Or is it spring?
We're going into summer. We're going into summer, so yeah, we must be spring.
So you're looking at what, your 40s plus?
At some stage, it's sometimes like it's not too bad here on the Sunshine Coast. Sometimes maybe we'll get to 40, but that's like really like a maximum, really.
So you're more civilized with the temperatures, Queensland way.
Sorry?
I said you're more civilized with the temperatures.
Oh, okay, maybe. I don't know. Seems that way.
Because I know in some parts in Oz, it can be quite severe with the heat.
Yes, actually, that's really true. And you're right. Sorry, here it is more moderate. And some places it's very hot, like you're saying in 40 or like that's much more common. So it's a bit lucky here.
I have a friend in Sydney, and she has to walk her dog sort of at 4:30 in the morning in the summer because it's just too much otherwise.
Yes.
Right. So you go like, whoa, that's commitment.
Absolutely. Good on her.
Anyway, thank you very much. I better make it start. People are wondering whether you're on the right channel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being with me for the closing. Thank you very much indeed. So yeah, we have all these wonderful, wonderful people who make it possible for us to be on air, and it's such a wonderful team effort, and which always it leaves a good impression and gives good energy to all the leads, and then of course all of you who follow us online on YouTube and Zoom and live or in your own time because of other commitments. So yeah, thank you very much. So I'm sorry if I don't acknowledge at the moment anyone who's following us on YouTube. I didn't bring the iPad, so I don't know who's with me right now. So, but thank you very much. If there are some of the regulars here, Ginny, Francesca, Sarah, and so many of you. So thank you very much for being here and being such frequent supporters, and all of you whose name I don't know, but who support Prayerathon so wholeheartedly. Thank you very much indeed. So if we take a moment and take a few breaths, just to settle the mind. And as it was such a productive day from Prayerathon, and all the wonderful brothers and sisters in Dharma who've taken part, either as leads or who join us in prayer or supported us throughout the day, in the tech side, offices, etc. Maybe all acknowledge them, and we acknowledge why we're here. What's the purpose of these prayers? Of course, to be of benefit and to ease the suffering. Maybe acknowledge all the wonderful people who share our paths and activities. Maybe also acknowledge all our teachers and gurus who've guided us thus far and continue to guide us throughout, and maybe continue to be of service through compassion and kind-heartedness to our mother sentient beings. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And with all the changes in this world going on right now, conflicts, the fluctuations within COVID, and natural disasters, etc. The injustices that take place with regards to refugee crisis around the world, social injustice, medical injustice, corruption within governments and industries. And we just reflect on the following lines. I ask only that I'm not indifferent to suffering, that I'm not indifferent to injustice, that I'm not indifferent to war, that I'm not indifferent to deception, and that I'm not indifferent about the future. May we always be guided by compassion. May we never turn away from those who need our help. May we always aim to be of benefit to other sentient beings, even under difficult circumstances, especially then. May we not place our own welfare above the welfare of others. We visualize in the space in front of us our Guru, in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you have the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. Any one of you who is of a different faith and wishes to take part, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone who's disinclined to engage with deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all sentient beings. Visualize our light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Being aware of the bliss that we get through the purification, or the bliss we experience through purification. We look around and realize that all mother sentient beings like us just wish to be free from suffering and happy. Especially in these difficult times where COVID is again on the increase. None of us wants to go through all the lockdowns again. But apart from having rights, we also have obligations, social obligations. So may all our actions be measured against the mutual benefit, keeping us and others safe. May we call upon mother sentient beings to join us now in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharma Kaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. We can feel the light nectar intensifying, and more of our karmas, negative karmas, being destroyed and removed from our system. Atom by atom, we begin to glow, exchanging light with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. We become one with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. Likewise, other beings become one with the Guru and become one with others and ourselves. We become one source of loving compassion for all beings and shining like a bright beacon to those who are lost in the darkness. And again, we recognize that suffering as it exists has also been part due to our actions of body, speech, and mind. Wrong thought, wrong speech, wrong actions, which have caused suffering to others and in return to ourselves. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both in the defiled aspects that we find ourselves in, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And in order to achieve the highest stage of enlightenment and benefit to mothers and beings, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. Now you're being filled more and more with bright light until you become the light. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults, have made the pledge to from now on move forward and engage in wholesome action which benefit mother sentient beings. Having taken refuge and recited many Mani mantras whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves as pure, And holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We do 3 recitations. May we consider the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, and the suffering of the mind. May all the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo be reborn under favorable conditions, and may those who are about to enter the bardo have a swift transition and a quick fortunate rebirth. May those who suffer hardships by other means, given whatever resources are required, that they may re-establish themselves in a state of happiness that is free from suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names deaf are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. Really from the bottom of your heart, with the greatest wish for all suffering to cease. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, beards, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of this world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May they meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters of the Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for keeping the flame of Dharma alive by engaging in teachings and studies and carrying out translations to ensure that our traditions are preserved, as are the teachings. May all our brothers and sisters never be separated from the Dharma and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always be in their company in this and our future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our brothers and sisters of the lay community, who through their kind actions, by giving their time, expertise, and financial support so freely, thus ensuring that Dharma centers, study programs, and charitable projects can be realized and flourish for the benefit of other sentient beings. May they never be separated from the precious Sangha, virtuous friends, and the teachings, and this in all future lifetimes, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our precious teachers and gurus, who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always be blessed by their advice and guidance in this in all future lifetimes. May all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion in these turbulent times. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we continue to be guided by His love and compassion in this and all future lifetimes. And may we always be born in human form so that we can absorb and listen to His teachings and benefit from them for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his kind vision tasked us with these prayers of prayerathon every Saturday for 24 hours. And by doing so, has brought together the global community of the IMI Sangha, made sure that we have strong connections in this lifetime, which we carry forward into the next. And through his request that we engage in these practices, has made sure that we fully engage with the practice to benefit mother sentient beings in these difficult times, thus making sure that we have benefit to those beings who need our help. By making sure that we engage globally, not just as a community of Sangha, but also as a community of those of us who lead, with everyone who's joining us online. We have created a community that is filled with love and compassion and support for one another and other sentient beings. And by having made connections in this life, may we continue to have these connections in future lifetimes as well. May Rinpoche's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may continue to have a long and healthy life, and may we be guided by wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings, without exceptions, into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, May all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. We hear long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe jingandi pendande wa malu jongwene Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengu ochi. Tse shang jing yam gen gewe ten jing ken pewe kunzo do po tse chok chong kewe lek mun tuju ba dak chok je gundu shapte cho. Thank you very much, everyone who's joined us. 16 months we have been going. And we should have, I think, our 75th, if my calculation isn't completely off, around Christmas, 75th weekend. So it's been quite a long process, but we will be here for as long as it takes. And to be of support, offer you the opportunity to have a community you can join if you feel the world is getting a little bit heavy. Again, those of you who are struggling on a much deeper level, please don't make any permanent decision on temporary problems. Feel assured that you're welcome here, but if you need the help, to seek the help of the professionals. And these are difficult times, and there are big challenges ahead. So, but thank you very much for all your support, for your continued support for the past 16 months, to the wonderful people of the Sangha who have so diligently given their time to make sure that we can lead these sessions, to all the wonderful people of the tech team to keep us on air on YouTube and Zoom 24 hours every week, even if they have other events screening at the same time at Chenrezig Institute, all the wonderful people in the background and who make it possible in the office, the cleaners, the people bring the tea and everyone. And of course, everyone out there who supported Prayerathon by joining us in this session, sending support, and for just being always so wonderfully encouraging. So thank you very much. So this was my last session from Nalanda. So next week we'll be in the UK. So hope to see you all then. And we carry on, and as one of our regulars said, it's Saturday, it's Prayerathon. What else would you do? So thank you very much. Much love to all of you. Take care. Bye-bye.